Hello. Hello and welcome. Hopefully you can see what's on screen. My little preview thing is not showing up. There you go. Okay. So, hello and welcome to another Minecraft clone. In this live stream, we're going to be implementing the player controller, hopefully, that will, let the player walk around and whatnot. The idea being that currently, just let me move the fly camera into the right position. I'm looking towards the water. Currently, if we can get a close-up of the camera, you'll see that the player here, as I rotate the camera, actually rotates the hitbox as well, which is not really desirable for a first-person shooter, where if you're looking down, your character's actually laying on their side. It doesn't really make that much of a difference, outside of the fact that, like, if you were to stand on the edge of a block and, like, lean over, it would probably push you off the block, which would actually probably make you roll down the slope. But currently there's no physics on the player, so it doesn't actually matter. But yeah, so I'm going to implement a player controller. So one thing will be that the player's collider will always be upright, and another thing will be that the player's movement. I want to use rays to detect like what the player's looking at when they click, so that I can remove and add blocks from the world. Really, just so spaced out today. So, well, I guess we'll start by going to main and be all like, player controller. Okay, so player controller, then we use Bevy prelude. Okay. What do I want? I want to have player. Okay, so we'll get our commands like so, and then when we spawn the player, I don't know if I want them to be dynamic or kinematic. The issue with them being dynamic is that they can get pushed around, but it doesn't really matter. So what we'd want to do is be like commands dot spawn. Alright, with children. Alright, so the way this is primarily going to work is we're going to put a rigid body on the so put a rigid body on the root, and then rigid body, and then we'll put the player flag on the rigid body, a spatial bundle, and then down here we're going to put a camera 2D, or camera 3D, I mean, camera bundle 3D default, and we need to spawn it as a child, so it needs to be like p dot spawn Right. I'm just trying to think how we do it so that we don't... We need to be able to rotate the camera without rotating the player, which is the idea of doing the camera in here. So we go transform and we go... transform from translation vec 3. No. We want 0... 1, 0. So the camera is going to be like 1 meter above. Maybe we want 2. I don't know. 175. 175. Like so, and then default the rest. And then we want to go p.spawn, and this one's just going to be a collider cuboid with a 1, this is half, so 0.5 by 1 by 0.5. We need you to also include a spatial bundle. With a transform from translation no 0 1 0. Let's see how well that works. So this will hopefully, if all goes well, spawn a player controller. We'll probably want to also put you transform like 64. Transform from translation. No. 64. No, wait, it's world. What was it? There was some kind of constant. We're gonna chunk to find it. Half length and half length. Chunk. When we generate a chunk, must be in a new ground height. Height times ground height. Okay. Ground height. So for now, we'll just spawn the player at least at ground height, because I think that's actually technically the highest a mountain can be. And spawning them at ground height will mean that basically the player will just spawn and fall down. So what do we do? Player. So we spawn the camera at 175, so at player height. We might want to actually turn this off just temporarily. Otherwise, we'll have 2 cameras in the scene and the fly camera won't work. Or it will, but it'll have issues. Basically, just wanted to spawn a cube collider at the center of the player. So the player's feet will be 0, 0 of the player, and then the collider will be out half in each direction and 2 up, which means that it should give us the same players as Minecraft. I don't actually remember in Minecraft, like the F3 menu, whether that reads from your feet or from your head. I think it's from the feet, because I think they added it in future updates. Like it tells you both from the feet and from the head. Okay, ground height. Can't use ground height because ground height is F64. Okay, interesting. Okay. Well, for one thing, we need to make this public. Well, we should probably make it a plugin. App.add underscore plugin. Player controller. We'll go player plugin, and then we'll go back to player controller. We're gonna go plugin player plugin and app dot okay, app dot add system. Schedule is startup, and the system is spawn player. Yes, technically the schedule is on enter game state playing. Okay, spawn the player. And then there's no way to get back to the main menu, so we'll just not have to clean up the player. What have you got wrong? What have I've included something that apparently that's not a bundle. Why? Oh, because the player's not a component. Okay. What is spewing out changed? We will never know. Okay, that took a while to load. Anyway, the player fell to the ground, and now the player is just standing on the ground. Okay. And now the player is rolling down the stairs. Okay, so I'm pretty sure I can push the player around. Splash. Okay, so that means when we go back to our player, we want to lock rotation. So back to player controller, and we want to go down here and go, yes, when I do this, I want to go lock axes rotation. Rotation locked. Okay, that's what it's called. Okay, so locking the rotation means that when we bump into the player, they can't tip over like that. They can still be spun around. We should probably just lock all, really, because we don't actually want the player to be pushed around. So, yeah, we don't want the player to be able to push around. We just want the player to be able to move themselves. Then we go to our camera bundle, and we're basically just going to start stealing parts of this. Cursor grab. So player look, maybe. Sure. So we go back to player controller and we go. This is called player look. We mouse with player. Sensitivity input state. Okay. Input state. What the hell is input state? It is input state must be part of the camera. Which is interesting. Why can I not pitch in your is transitional rotation to YXZ? From window not found. Okay. Settings. Mouse settings. Okay. So where's our camera? Somewhere in here is our mouse settings. Okay. Yeah, this is pub. Okay, so we can import that into our player controller. I'm presuming you can see the okay. Movement settings. Why are you not giving an error telling me? I'm guessing it's input state. No. What is input state then? Camera. Input state. Oh, weird. Okay. I don't know why this is its own thing. Let's do that. Manual event ready. So a state read event reader. Okay. Pitch is clamped up and down. We actually don't want to implement the pitch. We just want to yaw. So there's no point locking the pitch. This can also just be ignored. Okay, so we just get the yaw. Okay. Six previous issues. Okay. Well, primary window needs to be imported. Manual event reader. Stores the state of an event reader, access the okay, well, not that button. We want to go that button. Import that as well. Okay. So import a bunch of things like that. We don't need to pitch. We'll comment that out because. Okay. Because the grab mode needs to also be imported. Okay. And let's try that. This should result in a camera that as we turn in place, it should turn the player as well. Okay. Well, that didn't work at all. Also, locking all of them didn't work. So. It's just rotation that we need to lock. So player controller. Oh, we need to add the system as well. Okay, so first off, go find our plugin and add systems update. I think that's when the camera runs. Down here. Yeah, update. Move player. Move. Look player. Cursor grab. Setup. State playing run. Oh, okay. Player look. Right, let's go back to main and set up the playing. Yeah, system set playing. Okay. Have I configured set? Configure set update playing run if not in state main menu. Okay. I think there's a reason I said not main menu, but that does mean that the settings menu probably will end up interesting. That also doesn't make any sense because maybe it does. It's in the update. Okay, configure set an update. Update. Set playing. Okay, inset playing. Okay, so there's that player look, and that should mean we'd find the player. We need to say rotation locked. Okay, so the player will be able to be pushed around when I add like mobs and entities and stuff, but the player won't be able to do certain things. Like you can't be pushed around. You can only physically move. You can't be twisted and rotated. Play. Panicked at. Okay, so we need to make sure that we insert our required resources. Spawn player. So back to our plugin. .init resource. What was it? It was input state. Input state. Okay. So this will let us read the player's movement. So rotate the player. Okay. So as you can see, well, first off, the player is going to fall to the ground. But as you can see, as I rotate, the player also rotates, which means that so when I look this way, the player's looking that way, and then I look this way, the player's looking that way, and then looking that way. Yeah. So now the player is looking around. Can I push the player? Yeah, I can push the player, right? Yeah. There goes the player. But they can't rotate, which means as long as they're touching a edge, which I'm not quite sure why they're floating at the moment. Must be touching something. Oh, that's a big collider. That's not supposed to be there. That is a double chunk or something. I can only imagine that this collider here is like a chunk that's not supposed to be there. Who knows? It's not supposed to be there. That's why the player's floating. Is because there's a big collider that it's sitting on top of. Anyway, so that is miraculously a player control, well, a player hitbox, not a player controller. And as long as it like at least one little tiny corner is on, it won't fall because it can't rotate, which is nice. All right, push that. Oh, what's it doing over there? All right. Next is, I guess, player move. Well, maybe we should add pitch to the camera. So, annoyingly, I think we have to get the player. So the thing I want to do next, I guess, is add the player's ability to replace the fly cam for now. So, I don't know how to set multiple cameras in Bevy. So, let's bring our pitch back. But we're going to say that pitch is equal to for event for. Okay. So this is the query with the transform. Okay. Children. So we get you and your children, and then we are going to mute query cam, and this is going to query for mute transform without player, but with camera. Right. So without player, with the camera. Okay, so, and then this would be so we need to get mute transform and then children. Each event, so I do question why you're doing this for each event. Read iter transform rotation. Why wouldn't you just sum up all the yours? Right, that's weird. I don't know why it's doing it internal like that. Like, surely I can do this, and I can go not you, that transform. The camera transform is going to equal children dot iter dot map and we want to say, is it cam dot get e, but we'll do reference e, get e. Okay, that will return a result, and then dot filter dot and then I guess it's v dot that is that is okay. Dot fold? No. What does fold do? Tell me what fold does. Folds every element into an accumulator by applying the operation. No. There's definitely like an operation just to return the first, but I don't know. Dot collect dot. No. Okay, so let's go dot collect and dot collect into a vec. I don't care. Type dot first. Okay. Okay. Why are you a reference to a result? Okay, weird. Okay, let me say let pitch equal if let sum camera equals dot okay, then we say pitch equals, wait, so it's okay, u equal, and then you would be pitch dot unwrap dot rotation dot to Euler rotation yxz. Okay, so we do that. So that gives us our pitch, and then we return pitch. Okay, I don't need to make you just say pitch. All right. Else one player has no camera, and then return. All right, so then you are going to say that's our pitch, that's our yaw, and then wait, what? Okay, that was our camera. All right, so then we got our yaw, our pitch, and then we want a translation, rotation, and then okay. Well, first off, we need to go like if let sum probably want to say something like cam pitch, like so. This is getting really messy. Let cam equal, so you should be cam, cam dot unwrap. Right, then, so that gives us, okay, so you would need to be get mute. Okay, get mute, and then we say option result gives us a mute. We unwrap you and we go cam.rotation to Ulu, and then we say I need you to return cam and pitch. Like so, and then right. And then we would want to say pitch minus equals this to radians. Okay, and then couldn't I just say cam dot rotation root. Okay. Why did this cam go out of scope? Because it's going to be inside the for loop here. Cam dot rotation equals quat from axis angle vec 3 would be, must be x, I don't know. That one's y. Pitch. Okay, cannot, because you're not mutable. Alright, so extract the camera. Apply the camera's rotation. Alright, so then we go back to main and we go, where is our flycam? Somewhere in here. Fixed plugin. Add plugins. That's a Rapier debugging. Where is our camera plugin? Cam. Okay, so there's our player plugin. If we texture plugin? Well, I don't think we want to disable the texture plugin because I don't actually know what that does. So we want to go like slash star and then star slash. Alright, so I just want to disable the player plugin because disabling the player plugin will mean that we can enable the camera on the player and like not have Bevy yelling at us the entire time about the fact that like we're in contact. So looking no, it's when we spawn the player. We want to say please spawn the player with a camera in their chest. Okay. Run, and this should hopefully, nope, of course we've got tons of errors because externalized audio. So children cam, what is wrong with children? Temporary value dropped. So I unwrap you into, okay. Why is this a temporary value? Get mute, you return a result to item. Why is children temporary? Temporary item dropped while borrowed. dot get underscore mute. If let OK cam equals camera get mute, then camera translation equals sum cam. Okay. If let sum camera. Okay, is that going to complain? This also should just break for speed reasons. Okay, apparently something's not working now. There's no need to unwrap that because it's not a and you're going to it's not entity, it's child, and you're not mutable. Okay, how'd that come? What's complaining now? What is complaining now? Cam. Cannot borrow cam mutable more than once. But you're not being borrowed mutably more than once. For child, if let okay. What? How am I borrowing you mutably more than once? Literally only borrow you mutably once. God damn it. What child's in I'm too tired for this shit. What am I gonna say? We got the camera to transform. You need the camera to transform, which is just so annoying. Can we go the other way? Parent. So let me get without player with camera, and then we just say parent just seems so stupid because I'm gonna have to take an entity here, compare parent to go through each camera. Okay. How do I get the cameras transformed? We do this, we do this. Okay, no, we're gonna say that seems unnecessarily complicated. Why are you being borrowed mutably more than once is what I don't understand, because if you find this, you break. If I was going like continue, but I don't, I break. Which means that like it's not possible to find more than one. Remove, no. Camera transfer. Right, first we're mutably here. I thought I was reborrowing you here. Where is it? In the later iteration of loop. But this should be dropped. Oh, no, it's drop camera. Doesn't make any sense. Because it should have already been explicitly dropped. That would be not allowed, but that's inside the loop, which means that the next iteration of the loop can't access the, because it should have been dropped. Oh, it's all just so goddamn hard. Okay, fine. We'll take this and we'll go pub. No, we'll just component. Player camera, and then we'll go, this just has an entity. Thank you, goodbye. Now annoyingly, that means I need to go here and say let cam equal component commands.spawn .id, like so, and then we need to go into here, we need to say you get a player camera, and this gets cam, like so, and then down here we need to be like dot add child cam. So that should let us have a player camera, and then we need to go, instead of getting the children, get the player camera. Player camera. Alright, and then we go here and we go, okay, so instead of children is just let camera transform equal let okay camera transform equal cams dot get mute children dot 0 . Okay, then we say that pitch is equal to you. Okay, so pitch, let pitch, and then it's going to be underscore. Okay, then we say camera dot rotation dot to Euler x no yxz. Okay, so that should give us our pitch back, and then we can do our pitch and we can rotate, and now we don't need to explicitly drop this, and then camera transform. Because this is an immutable reference, it's just a flat float value. Does that work for you? No, it still thinks. Okay, you expect that. Okay. Else. Error. Player has no. Continue. Okay. Player has no camera, continue. Okay, let's try that. Well, it's compiling slightly further, so that's nice. Why does our player not... Oh, because we don't... Okay. We still need to spawn the camera in. On startup, I guess. How are we gonna deal with that? One option is just to like say that the player spawns immediately and then they like get moved to the so instead of on enter playing. Okay, so we could just spawn the player immediately. I guess one thing with this is when you click play, you can then like load the player in, give them all sorts of, like, you know, as you read the save or whatever they load, apply things like hunger and that, so that even though if they spend forever on the menu, you know, put them in creative mode or something menu. Or you just don't have things like the hunger systems running. Why did you panic? Ugh. Change. Okay, why did you panic? Thread system with name. Okay, so no, not Minecraft. World. Okay, world. Mod. Hide view chunks. Why? Because you must be querying something with webcam. So let's play query player. Okay. I'm assuming there's gonna be a bunch of other places as well, so we should probably go like fly. Yep, okay. Let's go FLY cam. Okay. So we don't care about anything in the camera because we've turned that off. Okay, and then you are gen view chunks, which is also player. Okay. Run. Oh. Why are you now crashing? Player look. Minecraft clone, player controller, player look. Why is player look not working? Without player. Okay. No, you have a player camera. Where exactly? Multis run. Look. What do you mean? System name. What's causing? Okay. Resource requested. Movement settings. Oh, because movement settings. The movement settings is added by the fly camera. Great. So player controller. Resource. Was it? It was movement settings. Movement settings. Okay. Okay, we spawned in. Well, outside of without the initial player grab and all that, so maybe we should just re-enable the player plugin and just disable the set up a player. So, okay, go back to main. Like, all this stuff will eventually be moved in there. I just don't want to break the fly cam while I haven't actually got a working player, because it'll make other things harder. The other thing is, I can easily just add the flying ability to the player once I've got it all set up and working. So this should, basically, there should be no difference between the camera, but when we look at it from the editor camera, okay, I can definitely look around. So, okay, as you can see, I can look left and right, and the box is always square ahead. But if I look down, the box doesn't look down with me. That's horrible. It's because I'm not clamping it, isn't it? Let's go to cam, go, hello cam. We need this line. Then we're gonna play the controller. We'll come down here and we go clamp the pitch. Okay, so then we can add the player move, and the player move will basically just, we'll take the Minecrafty effect of, instead of like the fly cam, which is moves in whichever direction you're looking. So if you're looking up and you press forward, you will fly up. It's going to only move you relative to the player, and then if you press space or shift, it will move you up and down. We also spawned under the ground, which is hilarious. Okay. That is somewhat hilarious, but just gonna go like, please spawn me seed 3. Thank you. Okay. Cool. Now if I keep looking down, I don't fucking infinitely rotate, and I can't look back behind me. Okay, so lovely. Obviously can't move. So let's add the player movement. Okay. So I mean, again, we'll probably just like steal it wholesale from the camera controller, but then we'll modify it. So we want to add the system first. So we're gonna go look player move. Maybe we'll make a key binding. Who knows? Okay. So first off, we'll come up here and we'll go. Movement settings is now re-added by the fly camera. So we'll come down here and we're gonna go get our primary window. So we take our keyboard, we take our press. Okay. Fly cam. Why are you querying with fly cam? Fly camera is literally a marker. That's weird. Yeah, fly camera is just a marker. Why do you use it? Why even do that? I mean, here, it's literally even here. Query with player. All right. So that takes our player. We take our player, we go get single primary window, and then we hit a mute, and we go velocity is 0. Then we take the local Z, and we do all our math on it, and then key binding, move forward. Alright, so we need the key bindings from the camera. Okay, and then we okay. You suck. Why? Okay, because you're saying that since I tidied it up so that it now it just queries a with player. I don't know why they were doing like a reference to the fly camera. It must be old code. Like they probably had something built into the fly camera, like a setting, and then when they've changed it to just being a marker, they've modified the code, but it doesn't do anything. Okay. Alright. That's very interesting. Right. Spacebar must just give us purely upward, which I mean, hilariously enough means it works, even if we're not, yeah. So like creative mode, all the creative mode needs to do is turn us to a, not a static, okay, so if we, kinematic, if we make our player like not affected by gravity, then the fly cam just immediately works again. So making us dynamic or kinematic will basically just give us a no-clip camera, which maybe we'll just do. So we're going to play a controller, and we want to go. We should probably go to the menu quickly and go. If I hit escape, take me to player settings. Menu. So this is the menu plugin. So we're going to say open escape menu, which is going to take in input key code, no, res input key code. Oh, it's going to take in mute state, res mute state, game state, state dot. If input dot just underscore pressed escape. Right, no, we don't need, we need not you, we need you. Next. Okay, if state dot get equals game state escape menu yeah, thanks for the comments. So I'm sorry, today I'm just really tired. I got home from work and I kind of like planned this stream before I went to work, so I was just like I wasn't expecting to be this tired. Like my brain is not functioning. But I'm glad you enjoyed the videos. Hopefully tomorrow when my brain's working, I'll get up early enough to be able to do videos. Next is Bevy Rapier, like how to add it to your game. So it's going to be things like including the package optimization. It says there's another thing you can do with when it comes to your linker in order to get even better performance, but it slows down your linking time. So things like that I'm going to mention, and other things like how to today we've just quickly put together a player controller that you can collide with. What was it? Menu. Okay, so next dot set game state playing else state dot else next dot set game state escape menu. Okay, maybe we should do something more like if and no, we need a resource toggle escape and this is going to hold a game state. Game state. Okay. So we want to say something like mute. Yeah, the post-work tired feeling is just ridiculous, especially because I've just started my new job like 2 weeks ago, and they are teaching me a lot because I'm an apprentice, and boy, like there's a lot, and some days it's not so stressful, other days it's very stressful because I'm doing work that it's like if you fuck up, you can ruin like $2,000 piece of material, and it's like when they tell you that, and then they're like, don't fuck up, it's like, oh no. So some days it can be stressful. Other days I know what I'm doing. I just blaze through it. It's a lot of fun. Like I think I'd be a lot less stressed working in like something like computers where it's like if I fuck up, it's like, oh no, the build didn't compile, and that's it. Rather than you fucked up and it's a $2,000 piece of material. But it's a lot of fun to work. So what was doing? So we need alt, and that's going to be toggle escape res mute toggle escape. Okay, so if this current state is equal to escape, then next is old.0. Else old equals state dot get. Okay. What is RSD? Currency. Siberian diner? Okay. Weird. What an interesting currency. I like the flag. Anyway, this is, I was just looking at what the conversion ratio was because you sent 1,000 RSD, and I'm like, that I don't know if that's a lot or a little, but apparently that's a lot. Assuming it's I've found the correct RSD. So I mean, thanks for the donation. It's bigger than I was expecting. Anyway, so we set our old state. Yeah, well, I'm Australian, so it's like $14, which is pretty good. I mean, it's significantly more than YouTube's paid me in all my revenue, like on all of my videos. So, that's the fun stuff. What am I doing? Yeah. So if you press escape, it'll if you're in the escape menu, it'll set back to the old whatever menu we're in previously. If you're not in the escape menu, it will open the escape menu and save what the previous state was. This should mean that we can open and close the escape menu. Okay. Why does this not work? Probably because game state doesn't implement equal. No. What is the actual error here? Can't compare. Okay. Dereference. Alright, game state equals game state. Okay. That should work. Well, we probably need to also dereference this. Because it doesn't. It must not implement clone then? No, he's got clone and copy. I don't know why it's not letting me. Mismatch type, dereference, reference 2. All the same. Interesting. I hope you're enjoying the stream, because boy, I feel like I'm just rambling so much more. Considering it took me an hour basically to get a collider working and a camera that was already working to work properly again. I really do feel like my brain is just shut down. I don't know why this isn't working. Well, it compiled, so I don't know why it's telling me there's an error when there's actually not. Anyway, we will fall into the world, and then we will go, okay, so we can still fall, we can jump like that. Okay. Oh, we need to actually add the escape menu system, don't we? Okay, open escape menu. Add underscore systems update. It's called open escape menu. That's not correct. It should be called toggle escape menu. Toggle escape menu. Yay! Okay. Oh. Okay. Well, that didn't work. Oh, because we have to initialize the resource. Actually, maybe it would probably, just for the sake of well, we want to go to menu. This, I guess maybe leaving it as a resource is fine. I was going to make it a local. I might just still make it a local. And then just derive default. Okay. I'm just making it local, just a local, because it makes slightly more sense to not have it be a resource, mostly because I'm just too lazy to initialize it. But I can think of maybe a few cases where, you know, like if you open the settings menu from the main menu, you don't want it to do this, or you do want it to do that, like, but in theory, if I press escape, it'll open that, it'll spawn the world because we entered this, and then we go, if I hit escape again, see, now we're back at the main menu, and that just breaks shit. But because theoretically there was actually 2 world seeds generated. It would have overwritten the old one, but it does mean that these chunks are probably all doubled up. I don't know how I would check that. Anyway. Weirdly enough, like, they must still have the same seed because... is it getting slower? I feel like that's definitely getting slower. So that must mean I must spawn chunks on... Oh god, yep, there we go. the seed definitely changed. Alright, because they were already generated, it didn't change that. Okay. I need to work out when I'm spawning chunks, and I need to say don't spawn chunks. I'm obviously setting it wrong, like on exit or something. On enter playing gen start chunks. Yeah. On update inset playing. Okay. Okay. I might actually just get rid of gen start chunks entirely. Maybe not, no, because we need to know where the start chunks are in order to so it should be more like on exit game state main menu, because theoretically you can still do dumb shit to get back into the main menu, but you can't theoretically get to the main menu from playing. Once you start playing, you can't get out of the main menu. You can't get back to the main menu. The only way to get around that is if you hit escape on the main menu. Which, actually, I might just fix that now. No, because you can still get back to the main menu. Because in the settings there's a main menu button, you can always get back to the main menu. 3. Okay. Why do I not have any spawn chunks? That doesn't... Also... Oh, I do. They're just really high up. They took too long to spawn. Alright. That's interesting. So, when we spawn the player... I need to work out some kind of way of teleporting the player back up to the top, but only when the world's generated. I guess one way to go about that would be, I should probably add another mode, game state. So escape menu, and then we're going to have gen world. Alright. So why I do this is because when we come here, we're going to say spawn our start chunks on enter gen world. Okay. And then we want to spawn our player. When do we spawn our player? So that is spawning our player. Spawning our player on update. Okay. No. Well, yeah, on startup. Okay. And then dot add system on exit games state gen world TP so it's going to be called like set player ground, like so. Okay, set player ground. Now setting player ground is going to be basically a system fn set player ground. We are going to query the player, which is not like that. We need a mutable transform with player. Okay, and then we're going to say we also need the world descriptor, don't we? Map res map. I think this is how it works. And then we're going to go for mute player in players. So we have our player, no player. Okay, so we need to make you mutable. Okay, so we have all our players, and then we're going to say player dot. Okay, can we say let pos equal block ID from block ID get no from chunk ID no. So we probably need to do something like from world from vec3. I'm just gonna just take in a translation, which is going to be a vec3, and return a block ID, and that should just really work by being like block ID ivec3 dot translation dot to ivec3. Okay, and then we can say from vec3, except I'm going to rename that to from translation. Undo. What the fuck? What have I done? My brain has gone funny. Block ID from vec3 translation. Okay, undo that. Do that. Do that. Do that. Enter. From translation. The translation is going to be player dot translation. Okay, and then we're going to say map dot get out the chunk. Get. Okay, I don't remember what functions we have on our map. So yeah. So map. Where do I implement map? Down here. Import map. Gen remove chunk. Gener update chunk. No, we need to. We're gonna be like pub and get height. Get max height, and that's going to take in a block. That's going to take in self and a block, which is going to be a block ID, and it's going to return a I32. Okay, so the idea will be that we will let map equals self dot 0 dot read dot unwrap, and then we're going to say map dot okay, so for okay, so the block ID, we don't really want to set it to negative. So we probably want to make you mutable just for a second. Mute. Okay. Block dot set. Okay, maybe we want to be like let block equal block ID new block dot x 0 and block dot y. Oh no, z. Okay, so we don't need block removal here. So get our new block, and then for 0 dot dot no for y underscore in block 0 dot dot ground height I mean, we could just also just be like, wow, get block, just get to wow map dot get block does not equal air block type air block equals block dot get direction up okay, and then we return block. Okay, and then we return block dot y. So for those that weren't following that along, because you know it's complicated, it's really dumb, I take the map, we extract it, the internal map, which is the actual physical map of the world, which is async for loading reasons. Then we get the block and we say, hello block, please set your y to 0. We're going to go through, and while the block is not air, we go up. Okay. Well, we should probably also say and map dot block get block dot get direction up. Okay, so what we're doing is we're saying not equal block type. Yeah. All right. So for the block starting at 0, going to forever, check to see if the current block and the next block are air. If so, or if neither of them, one of them aren't air, so there's not 2 spaces, continue, just increment the block up 1. So basically start from the world, iterate up until you find 2 open air blocks and return that value. This will, in theory, let us set the player, so set player ground height, and then we go map dot get max height, and we're going to say the position of the camera. Theoretically, we could start with exactly where the camera is, but it's more of a like, we probably want to just not find... yeah, I didn't need to set 0, so we could just do that and assume that the camera is always going to be below the ground, but yeah, we don't need that. For now, we'll just assume the camera is always at 0, which won't work if the map ever gets to have infinite world gen in both directions, in all 3 axes, but for now, it can't generate below 0, so... anyway, so we do that, we just do that, then we go player dot translation dot y equals get height as f32. Right, so basically when set player, which is after we exit world gen, it'll just set the player's height back to the minimum world height, allowing for some fun magic of hopefully the player not just ending up miles underground anymore. So then we need to say that when we go to menu here, menu, when we click play, which is in the main menu here, when we click play, I want you to set the state to that's weird, gen world. Right, so you set the chunk to gen world, and then here we say map. When we generate on enter, yeah, okay. Now I need to have a system that's like fn to set to playing. We're going to set to playing, and this is going to take in a mute next, which is a mute, no, res mute next state, game state. And then we're going to go, how do we check that all these, so gen start chunks. This will iterate through specifying all the chunks to spawn. So then we want to go map. Somewhere, I'm pretty sure the map keeps a list. World descriptor can mesh to gen. Right. We need to go here. We need to go pub then to gen self, and this will return a usize, and then we say self dot to gen dot len. Okay. Then we want to go to the main map, and we want to go pub to gen. A lot of this stuff needs to be reworked. Because I'm pretty sure that's why I have these big pauses, is because I'm doing weird things. 0.read unwrap to gen. Okay, so like, because I keep reading like this, if it happens to pause while it's generating chunks, like to try and read how many chunks there are to generate, it'll just freeze, which is not fun. But I don't know async enough to be able to fix those kinds of issues. Anyway, we want to go back to our world gen here, and we're going to go back up here and go set to playing. So this needs access to the map, which is going to be res map. Okay, and then we're going to say if map dot to gen. Okay, wait. You have two gens. Why is it one not complaining that I've left? Okay, 2gen len. Okay, it equals 0. Next dot set game state playing. Okay, and then we just need to insert this as a thing that we can do. We go add underscore system on so it's update, and then set is playing, and we need to say dot run if in state game state gen world. Right. So that should mean that when you click play, it'll actually generate the world and then set it to playing. And since playing is its own state, fancy stuff will happen. Okay. So let's put a 3 here. Click play. And well, it almost worked. I think it set me too close to so run if games turn. We probably want to like add 1 or something, or add 2. Somehow we ended up under the ground. The other option is also to set the player's position. So pause, block, and then maybe we set player dot trans. Okay, you go player dot translation dot equals pos dot to vec 3. Right, and then we're gonna go and we're gonna say 2vec3, which will take in self and will return a vec3, and just a self dot 0 dot to vec3. All right, then we go here, and we go here, and we run. Okay. Right. So setting us back to the middle works. We just need to like +1. I think what happened before is it didn't quite push us out, so maybe like plus, I guess. I'm still not entirely sure, but I think integer math is faster. So it would probably be faster to add 1 and then convert to a float than convert to a float and add 1. But 1 just requires me to wrap things in parentheses. Okay. Play. Okay, it still fired me out, but at least I didn't do that thing where I was like glitched into the wall for a minute. I do love, so you can only fly up for so long because it is constantly applying a velocity down, like, and your velocity gets faster and faster because it's just moving you up at a fixed speed, which means eventually your falling velocity is faster than your upward motion, which is hilarious. Okay, we'll climb up here. We're gonna go. Why has this got a tiny? It's interesting. That implies it's that entire chunk. I guess it could be. Yeah, it is. Its chunks go much higher. Yeah, let's just set our render distance to 25 and see how long it lags for. Okay. And this is what's happening with the async, is obviously something's locked up somewhere. I still need to work on that chunk generation stuff. The issue is it can insert chunks because it thinks that their future chunks are loaded. So it needs to make sure that all chunks are queued to generate after all of their dependencies are queued. Or I guess all the dependencies generated. And it's just a weird thing that happens. Okay. Anyway. Gen faces. That's our player controller. We set player to the ground. Outside of it, like firing off to the side, that's fine. Okay. I guess we should do like FN player laser. I did promise lasers. So what we need is we need to query the transform with player. And then we also need to query the okay, we need more than your transform. We need the and your player camera. It's really annoying. I wish you didn't have to do this, but anyway. Transform and this is with camera. Okay, we don't need to query not with player because we don't need mutable access. This is cameras. And this is players. Okay, so player lasers. We need the context, which is a rapier context. So with our rapier context, we need the map. Which is a res map. Okay, so we're gonna go for player. Player in mute. No, mute players. No mute. Let camera equal. Actually, I don't even think I need this. I just need the. I don't need your transform. I need yours because your global transform should have already calculated that. So we need to go. Okay, maybe I need your global transform. But anyway, we can make that in a second. So pew 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 player in players, and then we say camera equals cameras dot get player dot 0. Okay. No, so it should be okay. Camera. Else. Warn player has no camera. And then continue. Continue. Thank you. So now we have the cameras transform, and then we go context dot cast ray. Okay. Ray origin is camera dot translation. Okay. Yeah, I think we need the global transform. So, hello, I would like your global transform. Thank you. Dot translation, and then the ray direction is camera dot forward. Maximum time of impact. The maximum time of impact can be reported by this cast. This effectively limits the length of the ray to ray.dir.norm times dir. Use real max for unbounded ray. We don't want that. We want probably 5. I think from what that's saying is 5 is 5 forwards. So, and forward is the magnitude of 1, which means that a tower 5 is 5 blocks. Solid. Solid, I'm pretty sure says can it hit its own collider. If this is true, an impact at time 0 at ray origin is returned if starts inside of a shape. If false, the ray will not hit shape boundaries even if it starts inside of it. Okay. Filter set of rules to determine which colliders take into account when. Okay. So this is false. Wait. If true, an impact at as the ray origin is returned if it starts inside the shape. If this is false, then the ray will hit the shape boundary even if it starts. If this is true, an impact at 0, 0 is returned if it starts inside the shape. If false, this ray will not hit the shape bound. I'm confused. No, surely you want solid true. Right, like it. I'm confused. If this is true, an impact at 0, 0 is returned if it starts inside of a shape. If this is false, then the ray will hit the shape boundary even if it starts inside the shape. So, okay, and then no filter. Okay, and then let ray equal. Okay, so what do you mean entity? You return what? Probably the entity finds the closest intersection between a ray and a set of colliders. Okay, so we say if that some ray equals hit tau time of impact toy of impact toy. Twing. Okay. TOI. Yeah. Time of impact. Let's do that. Do that. We go. Okay. If let sum. Expected a semicolon. If let sum. Oh, let sum. If let sum. All right. So there's our if let sum, and then we go here. And we go. Okay. So we have the entity hit. We're just gonna like print line. We're gonna say hit. We're gonna print out what we hit. We're gonna say at. Oh, I already did the at, and then we're gonna say tweet. All right. So what I'm hoping is that this doesn't just spew out a whole load of shit, because if it spews out just constantly, that means it's hitting the player's collider, and that's not much fun. What the hope is that when I set it to solid to true... What do you mean? What is this? Mismatched type. Cast ray. Query filter. Query filter of nothing is an adequate query filter. Thank you very much. Mismatched types. Okay. Cast ray. What do you mean? Expected query filter found. Okay. What the hell is a query filter? Only dynamic, only fixed. Okay, only fixed. Okay. Let's try that. Query filter, only the fixed ones, so we can only hit the ground. Well, that fixes my problem. It can't hit the player because the player is not fixed. And then we hit play, and we go, yes, hello, pew pew pew. Frame time, frame time, frame time, frame time. Pew, pew. The player's face doesn't... Oh, we just walked into that. Now we're underground. Yeah. Okay. Interestingly, the ray doesn't seem to be firing very far. Now I'm sure there was something about like not 2, 3. This is really weird. What I need to do is then work out where the player is and walk in front of the camera. I do love this. I've got to find the player and walk them in front of my debugging camera because it's broken at the moment. Alright, I'm looking at the top of that slope. So, the top of that slope is over here. Surely the player should have a constant ray firing out of them. No? Oh, great. Thank you. The player is rigid body dynamic and the terrain is fixed. So why, if I just like, oh, well, yeah. That would explain it. I'm gonna remember that I've got to include systems when I make them. Stop. Add system. And we can probably actually just include it here and be like, player laser. Fire the player laser. Pew 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 pew. Okay, I had to live up to the thumbnail. It's got lasers. Now there's lasers everywhere. Pew 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 pew. Okay. Pew 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 pew. Okay. We click play. We come here and we go. Am I firing at a laser? Okay. So I'm not hitting anything when I look up into the sky, and then I don't hit anything, and then I start hitting things. No? Yes. Okay. I have no idea where my center of my screen is, so... Which block do I start hitting? That one. Okay, there's the center of the screen. So... That block's 4 blocks away. Okay. I need to find a flat enough place that I can actually be like, yes, which block specifically am I hitting? Okay, select. Okay, so you, my friend, you're at 2.5 blocks away, which, I mean, kind of makes sense considering that the camera's half a block. 1, 2. 2.5 blocks away. And as soon as you get mode 5, yeah, okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So... Okay, interesting. So that should mean that I can go play a laser. Pew 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 pew. We need to say click, which is a res input mouse button. Okay. and then player. Okay, let me say if click dot just pressed mouse left return. Didn't just click mouse left return. Okay, then we go here, we go here. When you go hit, we need to say something like map.set block. And we're gonna say right, so we need to go forward. Surely it's something like camera dot translation plus camera dot forward times toy. Let block equal block ID from translation. Okay, and then we should probably move this here, say hit, and what was it printing out? It's like, yeah, it's telling me what entity, which is we're going to be like, you hit this like this, and then we're going to say this is something like block. Okay. Okay, then when I run this, it should, well, first off, it's going to complain that set block's not a thing. Yeah, we go block. Okay, so this should mean that when we look at a block and we left click, it should tell us what block we hit. Then we'll implement the amazing ability to set a block to okay. So when I look at you and I go left click, did you print something? Yeah, you said you hit block -327.4. Okay, the question is, if I click on this block, we get 13.18.42. That block's apparently too far away. 13.19, 14.19.32. Okay, the issue with that is that those blocks are oh no, it's also incrementing in the other direction. The more of an issue is the fact that apparently I'm hitting the ground, so that one's 18, and then anyway, until I actually like clear it away, I will have no idea if it's hitting the right block. So I have a feeling that multiplying by the tower will mean that I could hit like a rounding issue, that like you aim at the middle of the block, you hit the block, but if you aim at the top half, you hit the block above. Just because of how I'm calculating what block I'm hitting. But anyway, map.set block block air. Oh, block type air. Okay, set block type air. And then we need to go to map, and we need to do all this fancy stuff. So map okay. So we have get block. And we're gonna go set block. Block, which is a 2, which is a block type. Alright, so then we go work at chunk, we work at the block by subtracting chunk, then we say this get chunk else air. Air, okay. Else return air. No, you don't return anything, you set something. So don't return shit. Yeah. Okay. Well, you should just return, because well, okay. What I should do is dot set block. No. Self. Okay, then we go let map equals self dot 0 dot 0 dot right unwrap. Wait, oh no, this is map internal. Set block, okay. Calculate this and then go self. Okay, so go back to the chunk thing. Okay, self dot get chunk. Okay, else return. Okay, and then we're gonna say block dot set block 2. Okay, so we'll have to do other things, but we have to go to chunk now. We need to go, a chunk needs the ability to fn set block, which will just take in mute self and just a mute self a2, which is a block type. We need a block as well. So, which is a block ID. Alright, and then that will just pop in here, and we'll say self dot blocks block dot y times by chunk area plus block dot z. We probably should consult get before we make something too bad, but anyway, time chunk size plus block dot x. Alright, then when we up here, we're going to say, when we say get block, we do the same thing, right? We say if, okay. Well, one thing, we need to, if position, chunk size, -1 and position is greater than, we'll just return. Okay, otherwise it's chunk area, chunk size, chunk, okay. All of this as I32, no, as U size, and then equals 2. Okay. So that'll set self. What other information does a chunk contain at the moment? Entity, blocks, and chunk ID. Okay. So, okay. Well, set block's apparently private, so just set block. Okay. So you call set block, and then gen chunk, get entity, gen chunk, and then chunk, no, get chunk. Okay. So we need to do this. We need to do this. Go here. Go here. Here. Mute. Okay, and you be the same. You be mute. Get mute. Okay. Get chunk underscore mute. Okay, so set block needs mutable reference to, okay. Cool, and then you will also need a mutable reference to self, otherwise that won't work, and that means that set block also needs a mutable reference to self. Okay, so set block, and then we have to go back to our map, and we need to go, hey, you have a set block, so you need the same function signature, set block, pub function set block, and then, but instead of doing this, so I guess technically it would be better. So you would pass in a chunk. ID and a block, like that. Why do that? Because as soon as I call write, I lock everything else out from being able to interact with the map. So set block, generating the chunk here, and then calling self.0.write.unwrap.set block chunk block 2 means that it's a fractional improvement in the fact that I do like these two calculations here before locking it and sending it in. It's like gonna make like really no difference except when we're doing thousands of blocks a time. It's just a micro optimization. Okay, so we generate a chunk. Okay, so I gotta go back to the thing and be like, how the hell do we know that chunks are done generating? Because I'm pretty sure it's a task related thing that like we consume the task. Right, set playing. So we gen visible chunks. Okay. Gen visible chunks. Gener update chunk. Okay. Gener update chunk. And then it must be in main that we add chunk meshes. Okay, so gen chunk tasks. Okay. So we say task pool, get the task pool new. Chunk take new. Okay. And then for ID in chunk ID dot clone text atlas. And then we chunk decline, and then we make full.spawn make mesh. Okay. So that's all fine. Then chunk task. Alright, then when we consume the chunk task, so it basically means we need to set it to change. The question is, we go is done. Okay, if done. Do we spawn it? No, we literally just set it, which means it must be the generating that spawns the chunks. Yeah. You are the one that actually calls the command to spawn the chunks, don't you? Yes, okay. Which means, because of how that all works, if I go to internal here, when I set the block, if I also say self dot add to gen. Ooh, okay, I can't give you an entity. Okay, add to gen. No, see, it's not add to gen like that. It's well, it is, but no, it's new. Get block, set block. It's self dot take new. No, what is the? What the hell does take new get? Take new. Can mesh drain collect. Okay. Dot can mesh dot insert chunk. Right, but we want to go call you chunk ID. Alright, and then we're going to say insert chunk ID, and then the actual chunk itself gets the block set. So because basically the reason this is like this is it takes a little while to generate chunks, which means that I can't immediately say a chunk's done until I finish generating all the neighbors as well also need to be generated before I can say yes, you can generate this chunk's mesh. But since I already know that all its neighbors can be generated because I've already spawned it into the world, it's already had its mesh generated, I'm just going to say, hey, you can generate the mesh for this again. The only thing I kind of risk here is if you change meshes too quickly, which again shouldn't particularly matter because of how the tasks work, it may be possible that it takes too long to generate a chunk and then a new chunk is generated, or if you change blocks directly next to a chunk too quickly, like if you change block and the block next to it before it's regenerated the chunk. But in theory, a single chunk should take less than a frame to generate. Have I not implemented that? One of these little components. Okay. Part equal. Part ordered. Yes. Less than, greater than. I32, yeah. Yep. Why are you saying this can't be done? Oh, because it's not called pos, it's called block. The set block. Okay. Okay. Name and then run. Ugh. Nope, still emitting more issues. Okay. Why is this? So map.setBlock. No. You only take a non-mutable reference because you call right. And then you're complaining up here because you say self.canMesh dot insert. Why are you saying? Okay. Can't borrow self as mutable more than once at a time. Okay. That should fix that, because once I can drop the borrowed reference, it's no longer borrowed twice, so that should fix it. I can't set that it's needs to regenerate before I've checked to see if the chunk even exists, because if you did that, that would be stupid. Alright, anyway. Okay. Well, as you can see, I feel like what's happening here is I'm setting chunks that are already chunks to air. So I think what we need to do is okay, that's another thing. We probably need to also call on your neighbors. I don't want to generate too many additional chunks because, again, at the moment it kind of works in the fact that a chunk takes less than a frame to generate. So unless you're generating an entire, like, you know, that's why the spawn chunks need to be generated first, is because it's just so many chunks that it'll take multiple frames to generate. So I think what we need to do is say it's tau plus 0.1. Why multiply by tau plus a tiny amount? Basically, I need to make sure that it's inside the block, because I think what's happening there is the block that it's hitting in most cases is the air directly, you know, like it's hitting the air rather than the block below the air, just by the error in the tau. But if I multiply the tau by 0.1, unless you like aim like right at the corner of a block, at which point like the tau would tunnel through and hit the block behind, you shouldn't be able to really click on a block that this tiny amount further forward is going to penetrate into a different block. Alright, so we set that. Okay, so it's just that when we say chunk, we need to go can mesh, and then we need to say for ID in chunk ID dot. Okay. Maybe instead we should say if, because I'd rather like make absolute minimal blocks. So if block dot x equals 0, okay, we'll do something else. If block dot x equals chunk size -1, do something else, and then we'll just copy this for y. Y, z. Basically, if the block's on the edge of the map, and then we're going to say, okay, x. So that's going to be chunk. So we're going to say insert chunk ID dot get direction x. So if it's 0, you want to get left, I believe. Let's just go to, no. We want to go chunk get more than anything. We're going to go chunk get. If I said left, you would be -1, yes? Left, yeah, -1. Okay. So otherwise, you want to go right. You would want to go down. You'd want to go up. You'd want to go okay. Okay, z. Which one is -z? -z. -z is back. Okay. Back and forward. Alright, so this means that just doing it this way, it's slightly more checks than putting all of them, but it does mean that we'll only generate at most 4 chunks because it's the chunk you clicked on and potentially up to the 3 neighboring chunks that are adjacent to that block if it's, say, the corner block. That should mean that it's not possible to generate those like holes in the wall that you saw when I was deleting blocks because it wasn't regenerating the chunk next to it. Okay, here we go. Leg cramp. Fuck. We go, yes, hello. Okay. Well, it didn't quite work. For some reason, I can't fall down this hole, which makes me think that maybe I should make my collider like significantly smaller than 1 block. Okay, well. The issue is I have no idea where it's hitting. Like, there's no... I should probably add a crosshead at the center of the screen for one thing. But... Alright, let's work on some things. One thing at a time, so we go to the player controller, and we say, hey, when I spawn the player controller, make the player not quite so big. Spawn player. We say, make the player... half cube. Okay. The issue... with making you slightly shorter. I guess we could make you 0.95, which means that if we want to put this at 0.95. So that should make them only 2.9 blocks tall. We want to make 0.4 in each direction, which makes them only 0.8 wide. This should mean that you can now fall down these holes. Admittedly, if you turned at the right angle, you wouldn't be able to fall down these holes because you'd be wider than the hole on the diagonal, but you know what you gonna do. I'm too lazy to fix it. No. Okay. So can I now fit down this hole? Apparently not, because I moved too quickly. That's hilarious. But what? Okay, so we're hitting 1, 4, 5, which I'm suspecting, no, and 5 is the player. So, if the player jumped up, what? 1, 4, 5. So I'm always hitting the same entity, which is hilariously, 1, not working in terms of, that's interesting. Well, my suspicion is, why the hell am I able to fall through? I don't know what... block I'm clicking? Okay, I think it's probably time I should probably drop it back to like a single chunk or something and start working on like, am I just firing the ray from the wrong location? Currently, I'm firing the ray from like the player's face. Apparently there's also a hole in the floor here. Why is there a hole in the floor here? Why is that entire chunk not got any colliders? Is a better question. Interesting. Interesting. Okay. Yep, okay. So. That worked. Okay, let's just quick squiz and go Bevy Gizmo. Like, Bevy added gizmos, didn't it? Like, I'm not going insane. Oh, I think my whole computer's frozen. No, just Chrome? Weird. Yep, just Chrome. Do you know what it would be? Nope. What the hell? I don't know what's happened. I opened the I opened the Bevy example and my whole Chrome's locked up. Weird. Okay. Quick. Let's have a look. System. Okay, so there's a gizmo component apparently, like system parameter. So if I go back to Ghost, control, square, level. No, this is not even the right game. Back to the Minecraft clone. We're gonna go here. We're gonna go player laser. Okay, so we want to say gizmo, and this is the gizmos. Okay. All right. So before you return, we want to go gizmos dot line start. Start is well, that's no fun because that means I have to put the gizmo in here, and because these are what they call immediate mode gizmos, I can't. Okay, so we need to be like camera dot translation, and this is camera dot translation dot no, forward. No, translation plus camera dot forward times by tau times by 5.1. I was about to wrap that in parentheses, but 5.1 is this is like it's just a number. It doesn't need to be wrapped in parentheses. Color is red. Thank you. Red. Okay. So this should, in theory, show me a magic little laser pointer of exactly where my gizmos are, like in Bevy's case, they're immediate mode rendering. So for debugging purposes, the gizmo, I could spawn like a tiny rectangle into the world, or I guess a tiny prism, and have that in the position of the face. But then I need to delete it the next frame. Gizmos are like lines or squares or circles that you can draw, and Bevy will just not draw them the next frame. Like, it's only the frame that you specify them to draw that they get drawn. Like, if you ever use editors, gizmos are like the things that they place where invisible items are, like cameras, rays, that kind of thing. It'll make sense when I launch this. So basically, I'm drawing a line from the player's face forward the distance that the ray would cast, so that I can see where the ray is going. And if I did this using a rectangle or something, like some other way of spawning visible items, I would need to clean it up every frame. Otherwise, it's an interesting little thing. Why are there colliders underground? Yeah, if I did it every frame, just spawning thing, I'd have to clean it up. Otherwise, it would, eventually there'd be millions of rays being spawned. So that would explain it. Apparently, we're firing the ray directly down into our feet, which is, like, somewhat hilarious. So the ray is firing directly down, and now it's going directly up. So, to be honest, I don't know what this ray is doing. Okay, so why is it when I'm falling? It's interesting. Why is it tangential to the direction of motion? Huh. What makes that most interesting to me is the fact that I'm quite clearly, well, for one thing, we should probably just go in here and be like, disable the debug rendering. And go, why is your line... This line, right, unless... Yeah, no, this is definitely my gizmo line. What the hell? Why is it... So, line, start, end, color. I'm just going to quickly turn it off and recompile, because there's a tiny chance that this could be Bevy Rapier also rendering the gizmo, and therefore, like, the reason the line's looking like that is because it's actually rendering a different line, and my line's like somewhere that I can't see. But if this line's not here, which, why would it be? It wasn't there before I turned it on in the gizmo. Okay, yeah, see, so it's gone. So, my confusion here comes from the fact that that line should always just be directly in front, because... Which means that that's probably half my problem, is that the ray is always firing... So, we cast a ray forward. Okay. So, does that mean we don't want camera translation plus forward? What if I just did forward times 5? I don't think forward times 5 is correct, because forward times 5 will, like, surely forward is normalized. So forward's just a value between 0 and 1. Like, you can't, forward itself should be at the origin. Like, this ray should always point towards the origin, because it doesn't matter which way I'm looking. Forward is still 0, 0. So, like, see how it's always pointing to the origin. It's always starting from the camera and pointing to the origin. Though, oh right, it's 1 frame behind, isn't it? Huh, weird. Yeah, so it's pointing at the origin. Unless, of course, something else is happening, but I'm pretty sure it's pointing to the origin. Like, I don't know how it's behind me now, but it should just always be pointing to the origin. See, like, it's much more obvious when I'm under the ground. Why is it not always present? That is my question, though. Is why is it only when I'm moving that I can see it? Like, and why is it going up? Like, okay. Okay, so clearly we need to do some debugging and go, maybe I'm doing something wrong. Because, first off, why is this line not always present? Because this is being rendered every frame. Like, it's not like It's only when I click that I do other things, but this line is being rendered every frame. So we need to be like print line. Here and full is right. So camera dot translation and camera dot forward. So when the camera's not moving and and I'm not looking around, these numbers shouldn't change. But they should print every frame. Like, that's what I don't get. Why is the gizmo not always rendering? That's the thing that confuses me. Not that the gizmo's pointing in weird directions. The thing that confuses me the most, the numbers aren't changing. Why does the gizmo not render every frame? And as I turn, those numbers change, and they should change, like, if I look up, that one changes. Yep, now I look left, it should be like 1 in different axes. Yep, -1, +1. Looking directly up is that Y. Yep, okay. So the forward direction works how I expect. The position works how I expect, that if I walk in this direction, it's higher, it's lower. So why the hell do you only render when I'm moving? I suspect the reason it's above me like that is because it's actually rendering from where I was previously, like the previous frame, which means that like it just thinks that I'm higher than I am. But the other thing is that ordering. If I put this in like last, it would also be different because as the camera moves. But that still doesn't make any sense. Well, apparently we're multiplying it by 5, but that would again just sort of change whereabouts. So we have the color red, we're drawing the line. Okay, so we want to draw a line from our translation to our translation plus forward times 5. Now what I don't get, because I'm just going to leave all the other stuff printing out, is that this line should be firing directly in front. Like, no matter which way I'm looking. Right. Did I change it? Like, what the hell? Line between the translation and forward times 5. Well, that's definitely firing forward more than 5 blocks if that's forward. Like, I've got no, like, when changed or anything. Like, this should just run all the time. Player. Yep, player. Well, it is running it all the time. So why is the gizmo not being redrawn? I really have no idea. The other thing here is that the line is in fact like where I would expect it to be. Interesting. Well, one thing to question here is why can I not destroy things in that chunk, but I can destroy things in like this chunk? And it was somewhat consistently as well, which is what makes it even more bizarre. So can I destroy something in this chunk at all? Yes, but just... Also, the line is way too long. Which doesn't make any sense either, because this number, like, we're literally just drawing end. What are we? Arc 2D, circle, line gradient, line 2D, line strip, ray. Well, let's start with a ray. Start. Draw the line from start to start plus vector. Okay. Start is going to be camera dot translation. Vector is going to be camera dot forward. And color is going to be color red. Okay. Maybe we'll make it green. So, me drawing a line from the current player's location to the player's location plus some, and then me drawing a ray from the current player's location forward. If these two lines are not on top of each other, then something is broken. Okay. So these lines are, in fact, on top of each other. So, that's working fine. Now my confusion's more about the fact that, one, why is the gizmo disappearing? It could be partly because it's firing literally straight in front of me, so unless I'm moving slightly sideways, the line just disappears. Like, that's probably what's happening. The line is probably firing directly ahead, so you can't see it. Right, I need to draw a square exactly where my cursor is currently hitting. That is a much better idea. So, well, look, we're going to just say set block. Okay, we work out the block, and instead of printing it, we're going to say gizmo dot. Okay, line cuboid. Okay, the transform of the cuboid. Draw a wireframe cube. Okay, and that's going to be at camera. Camera dot translation plus camera dot forward. No. At block dot to vec 3, and the color is going to be blue. Not black, blue. Alright, so we worked out one thing, is that the ray is firing directly in front, which means if we're not moving, the ray is invisible because it's got 0 width. It's literally like a two-dimensional line. Block. Transform point, okay. So what the hell are you saying? Impulse transform point. So, transform from translation. Weird that it doesn't automatically do this when it's literally asking for impulse transform point. And my suspicion is that impulse transform point is literally only implemented. Just gonna quickly squiz in the source code. Transform point. Anything implement this? Yeah, it's implemented for transform. It's implemented for drawable transform. It's implemented for map 4. It should be implemented for like vec 3 as well and stuff like that. But anyway. Just because if it was implemented for vec 3, you could literally do it from translation. And why would you ever be wanting to go from scale? Like, that doesn't make any sense. If I'm like, draw me a cube at this scale, it's like, well, that doesn't make any fucking sense. So, if you gave it a vec3, it should just implement it from translation, because the obvious assumption is that it's a vec3. It's a translation. But I guess then it doesn't have a scale. Anyway, this should, when it runs, fire a blue cube wherever we are pointing. Well, first off, excuse me. I don't see a blue cube, but that's because we're not hitting anything. Hey, look. We're hitting that block. Now we're not hitting that block. What block are we goddamn hitting? Okay, and then we wiggle a little bit. Okay, I moved way too fast. So, what my issue with this is I have no way of knowing where the center of my goddamn screen is. Well, I do now because it's full screen and I actually have a thing on my screen that tells me we're full screen. Okay. Interesting. So this is what I was talking about. I knew this was going. As soon as I cross halfway, it moves to the next block. And it actually removed the right block. Weirdly though, it's still hitting. Oh, because, yeah. So that's, you are getting rounded up. Okay, so we probably need to like round and not just floor. Because, okay, so what that translates to is we say, when we turn components a block, when we say block from vec3, we should probably round it. From translation, we should say, not round. Round, please, not run once. Okay. Can I not do that? Translation dot round, yeah. And does round consumes the vec3, yeah? Yeah, takes self and returns a self. Round. Okay, let's try that. So now we'll round it rather than just because I think it's just flooring it, and flooring it means that as you move closer, it jumps to the next block. That, or it's not how that works at all, and I've literally done nothing. Okay, we have to full screen again, so I know where the center of my screen is. You're the right block. Yes. Yes. Okay. Okay, so this is what I was saying. It is possible to click just through a block. So maybe we'll change it back, because now that we know that that's the issue, we don't need to increase our tau. I was only boosting the tau because I was suspecting that it was hitting the air hit. We never print hit. Okay, yeah, we can just ignore hit then. Okay, so we're drawing a green ran, a red ran, then we're going to draw a cube. Air. We don't need to do tau plus anymore. Okay. Okay. Interesting. I think the other thing to remember is that the cubes, I don't think they're axially aligned, or like the center of the cube isn't at 0, 0. So maybe that's what the actual problem is that the center of the cube's not where the mesh thinks it is. Yeah, okay, so it is doing what I was thinking it was doing, which is get me out of the ground. Okay, so funnily enough, the tau thing was necessary, because if you point at this block, it's like the block in front, and if you point like just here, it'll be the right block. But it's only because it's actually hitting that block. So you've got to like hit the sides of blocks, which is hilarious. Okay. All right, so we just need to increase the tau, but like by less. It's purely just a issue of like the less we increase the towel, the closer to a corner you would need to be in order to hit the block behind. And really all we're doing is fighting floating point errors. Like we just need to be big enough. Actually, maybe not even. It literally might just be that because it hits on the surface, it's always going to be inside. Anyway. Oh, where do we go? We're stuck in a hole. Okay. That's hilarious. We should probably make the player round simply because, I wonder how Minecraft does that. I mean, they've probably just got their own custom... The fuck? Okay. I don't know what's causing that, but we can just... Like, please. Okay. I don't know what's causing this. Mostly because the only thing I could really think that would be causing this is that I'm actually moving the entity out of frame and it's culling it, but I didn't think it would, like I didn't think Bevy was that bad at entity culling, that it would cull things just because the mesh is so big that the entity went out of the screen. How the hell am I opening that? Oh, I must be, the mouse must be over here. That's probably happening. So traveling in this direction, too many tasks. Interesting. So it is doing some kind of culling. Huh. But where is the entities that it... Well, like, why is it culling those entities? Huh. Or like, those vertices or whatever. Okay. Well, at least it's not... Well. Okay, I don't know what's happened here, because that's obviously air. Hello? So, it's obviously air. Why are you rendering a block? Okay, I can stand on the block. Okay, I can even click the block. That's weird. I gotta turn that way. Okay, yeah. Okay. So weird. I've never seen Bevy do this before. Ah, AABB. Okay. I mean, that would probably make a lot more sense. Another thing I could do is literally just make it into a capsule. Well, actually, not even. The only reason I made it square was to make it Minecraft-like. Like, literally a capsule would just work better. Because, first off, capsule's round. You know. So that immediately fixes that problem. But the other thing is, I was going, oh, but you don't want the rounded ends. But like all that means is like if a doorway's slightly too tall, like lower than the player, you can literally just walk into it and it'll bump you a little bit. Like if we just go capsule. What does a capsule take in? A capsule needs a capsule. So it's gonna start at vec 3, 0, and it's gonna end at vec 3 y times 1.9, and it's going to have a radius of 0.4. That'll work. Let's make it a capsule. There we go. So now we are really tall for one thing. Are we closer to the ground? We are, in fact, closer to the ground. Which is interesting, because I wouldn't have thought that would make a difference. Anyway, so it's probably because I've said that Alright, one thing is the 0.4 apparently is too much, which doesn't make any sense really because... Oh no, it's not too much. I'm just closer to it, I guess. Because 0.4 can definitely fall in the hole. So what we need to do is lower the collider down. I guess we could probably... Right, if we set U to 0. Right, now the collider should be the right height. Because the camera is set at 175, so... yeah, it would help if I did that, because that's just going to crash. Okay. 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 I feel like our player is a little bit too tall. We're actually... why does it keep disappearing? How do I keep ending up underground? Maybe that's why it's disappearing, is because the camera's clipping into the ground. I mean, that could be part of it. Oh, now I'm over there. Okay, so for one thing, I should probably lock the player's cursor. I am curious why have you disappeared and not being regenerated? It's got to be too many chunks being generated. But probably not, actually. I'm just thinking, because it takes like less than 16 milliseconds to... Yeah, okay, so it's there. Again, it's that goddamn... If I look this way, the chunk just despawns. I don't know why. Do you know what it could be? It could be the player distance, and I'm measuring it wrong, and therefore no, because they're all reappearing at right. I was thinking it might have been a render distance thing, that like this chunk is considered to be outside of the player's render distance, so it's disappearing, but like the Bevy the collider's still rendering because the collider's rendered differently. But nope. I don't know why that's happening. This is bizarre. Chunk. Chunk. Okay. Menu. Menu. Okay, commands. Okay. So, okay, for, div class equals block bar. Close div. Okay. For block Is it? I'm gonna quickly look at belly for loops. Belly. Four. Okay. For block in block type iter. Okay. On press run. Okay. No. Okay. Okay. So we're gonna like we should put a player controller and be like fn struct resource selected block. It's gonna be block type. Okay, and then we're gonna import display. Selected block, and then we're going to say f dot right format args self.0. Okay. So when we display the selected block, it will literally write itself and then default. Thank you. So then we go back to belly here, to our menu. Okay, so one thing we want to do is go the add systems on enter game state playing spawn block menu. Right, block menu. So when we enter playing, we'll spawn the block menu. This will go through and we're going to block iter block on press or okay on press run. Okay. We don't want to span. We want to say source equals format block. Well, technically your source is going to be okay. No, actually, technically your format will be block dot. What's it called? It's a block type. Grass mass. No. Get texture path. Okay. Right. Get texture path. That does mean that things like water and air would crash. We should probably just make another one. Just do the lazy copy paste that I always do. Just be like, yes, you, and copy paste, and this is just going to be like, phew. Okay, this one's going to be get, you will just return a static string. No arrays of static strings for you, and this is going to be get icon path. So air is just going to be here, so you won't load anything. They're all going to be that. Don't need this, don't need this. End and control. Okay. Same thing with you, is we're going to go top side. Okay, we want side. So, and then water is going to be the same. I'm just having nothing, so it doesn't load anything. Okay. Okay. So then we go back to here, menu. And we go. Okay. So get icon path. Run ctx. And we're going to say ctx dot commands dot add world new world what w world dot resource mute play controller pub menu create player controller selected block dot set block. We have to go back to our player controller and go import selected block and set, which takes in a self and a block, which is a block type, and we'll just simply say self dot 0 dot set 0 equals block. Okay. I don't know why my analyzer's not working anymore. I've lost my IntelliSense and it's doing my head in. Okay, menu. Okay, so we set the block. Okay, clone you. So for block in block type. Like, I don't know what's actually gone wrong here. Okay, so this is button, and we actually probably want to go button group. Button group like so. Let's check this button group. Okay, it is just called button group. Okay. The end of the for, close. Oh, put the button group back. Close the button group. Right. So. And then we're going to say bind value equal to from there dot get pipe format dot c. Oh no, can I do that? I don't know because my goddamn IntelliSense stopped working. Why is it stopped? I do not know. I will probably never know. Oh yeah, people in talking. Sorry. Is there? There's probably typos everywhere. I mean, I usually lose myself in details all the time. I like literally just like given up when it comes to things. Like I get so sidetracked making shit that when I'm streaming, I think I focus more on just trying to make something visually work rather than trying to make it really neat. Like you'll see me like occasionally just get really distracted, like optimizing something that like very rarely gets called, so it's like, well, optimizing it doesn't make any sense. Okay, 2 component with transformer button group string. Okay, interesting. So we need to go like dot 0. Does that work? Or is it like that? Wait. Get. No. Well, I mean, get would work, but I don't know what's happened to my IntelliSense. It is doing my head in. Anyway, so technically the hitboxes are combined. Just to go back to what you were saying, it's not as obvious that it's combining them because of how I'm doing it. Okay, we'll just comment all this out for now so that I can load it. I'll show you what I mean. So currently, because each chunk has to be generated independently, like at least they did when I originally added them. Theoretically, I could add even more optimizations in the fact that I now have it so that you can access the neighboring chunks. So I could even go even further, but when it comes down to it, like, what's it just not going to set a collider if it doesn't need one? Like, what error? If it is, oh, fucking comment. Okay, don't comment that out. Comment that out. Yes. Okay, you're gonna shut up now and let me run. I'm trying to show off my terribly unneat code. Okay. So yeah, currently, if the entire cube is filled, like it'll actually like do that first. It'll see if it's entirely filled. If it's entirely filled, it'll just generate 1. So you'll see that when I fly underground. It's just rigid body fixed. I should really stop printing that stuff. Kinematic. All right, under here. So each chunk is literally just a single box collider that I'm pretty sure is optimized for. Like, box colliders will be much faster than mesh box colliders. Like, these aren't mesh, that's why they don't have a triangle drawn through them. And then for the meshing, it looks like there's lots, but actually if I come inside of one, you'll notice that because the entire bottom is flat, it actually is only one triangle, like the entire length. And theoretically, I could get it to go like you're saying, 2x2s into things like that. But the issue is that I only wrote a very basic algorithm that literally just checks to see if the block above is solid. If it is, it just keeps extending. And I don't know how to generalize that algorithm to left and right, because what you can do is look at the previous block and go, hey, you're solid, which means you should have meshed me with a collider if I was supposed to have a collider. So it's really easy to know which ones shouldn't generate colliders because they've already, like the one before them would have. But if I generalize it to 2 dimensions, or, you know, like you're saying, 3 dimensions, the issue is that I don't know how to work out which blocks would have covered which other blocks. So it makes the algorithm significantly slower. And sure, that might be fine in like that you save lots of meshes, but it may not even save very many, really. Like, I guess it would, because on this bottom one it would save like 16 sets of triangles. But on the flat surfaces it'd be really easy, because I'd probably even do that, like check to see if the entire face is flat and then put one in, just because it's such a common case where the entire face is flat. But yeah, so these ones check, like this one will check here and here and here until it hits air, and then or the end of the chunk, and decide that that's when it places it. And then this one will check to see if this one should have done that, and if it should have, it just ignores it. So then all these get ignored. But to generalize it to 2D, I need to go, oh yeah, this one and this one and this one, and expand it out. But then I don't know how to go from here and go, how do I check to see if your previous one should have meshed it, like, or this one's better? I have to check like here and here to see if this one would have meshed this one, because if this is air, this one wouldn't have meshed it, sort of thing. I don't know. And I don't know how to do the algorithm, so I haven't done the algorithm. Like, feel free if you have an idea of how to mesh them into bigger chunks and like do a pull request. I'm perfectly happy to implement it. She's like, I don't know how to do the algorithm, so I've just taken the basic approach, and it's fast enough for now. Okay. So, okay, what are we doing? We are working on a menu. So, first off, do that, do that. So, you have get. Okay. Selected block, which is under player control. Get, which should take in self and return a block type. Self.0. Okay. Okay. So menu save. Why do you not work? Okay, so we elm add, and we go block bar, and we go block group, and we say bind you with get. And then get calls the formatter on you of C, and I think we need to do it like that, so that it debugs the value. And then each of these buttons... Yeah. I think the algorithm I'm using is called like greedy meshing or something. I'm not sure. I remember seeing it. It was talking about like a shooter game where they used like voxels for the world, and it was like you can destroy the entire world. And they talked about the algorithm and the way it worked is like to speed it up. It literally only checks along a plane, and then will just generate an entire polygon, because for the sake of computing, like, and theirs were single colored, which means that they didn't have to worry about like different textures. It's like if they were all the same voxel, you could just draw a flat plane, and it's like it was so much faster because you were drawing one or two triangles, regardless if it was 1 block or 10 blocks. It didn't matter if you went underneath the terrain and therefore were rendering things that the player couldn't see, because it was always just 2 triangles. It's like you would either be drawing the square anyway, or you're drawing the square but it's stretched out. So the amount of compute it takes is the same. Outside of, I think, probably very niche cases where the culling doesn't work, because now it can't cull the face because it thinks it can see it. But that would be extremely rare. So basically, that's what I took the approach of, is like, no matter what the case, even if I'm generating collision meshes that you can't reach because they're underneath other blocks, it's still only 2 triangles. And I would be drawing those 2 triangles anyway, because I make sure that the blocks are touching air if I'm going to draw them. If I'm going to run the algorithm on them, I mean. Okay. Format C. Okay. Then we have to block, and we say value equals format. Block. Okay. I don't know if that works. I might have to do like wrap in, but the idea is block image. We need to add this menu item to. Oh, we already have. Okay. We need to go up here for one thing. It's going to immediately not work. Assets main.ess. We need to go like dot block underscore. What was it called? It's called like block something. Block. What's the class? Class. Block bar. Just go up to here. Go hello block bar. Yeah, to be honest, I don't have a degree either. I just watch way too much YouTube. Position. And width 100%. And Okay. So, why are you saying that I can't do this? You failed to resolve use of undeclared type block type. Okay, so, well, inline macro. Yeah, okay, that's not what you want to do. We want to go... I guess it's probably easy to go crate blocks, block type. You know. Now you're probably going to tell me that you can't do that because I don't have the strum implemented. Okay, so we're going to use strum into. Okay, maybe that'll work. Okay, I have no idea why my IntelliSense is broken. Okay. So you're saying that CTX may not live long enough, but it's your CTX. Okay, let's just go up to one of the other menus and go, how the hell did I do it on you? I think what I need to do is clone it or like dereference it or something. So run context world add and then GameDev. Okay, so we would need to go like, oh wait. That would probably fix it. It's saying that you can't add a command to context because it needs to be static. And it's capturing, or it's not capturing. There we go. Okay, well, it immediately crashed, but I did see it appear in the top left there, which is weird because I thought I said bottom 0. Anyway, multiple thread system, resource to component system, string block, allocate top core. Okay, well, there's one problem. It's using my local, which we don't want. We want to go Pong. We want to go here, go belly, drop another brush, thank you. Level, this one, go. Okay, that should potentially fix the problem. I have no idea if it'll actually fix the problem. It's going to make a compile time take a while because what I've just done is swap to the official update, which means that it's going to have to recompile things. Anyway, I'm going to quickly run an ad and go to the toilet while this recompiles. So I will see you all in a minute. Okay. Oh. Look, it's Belly version 0.2. Which has some crashes fixed, that's why I'm porting to it rather than sticking to my local build, is I know that at least a few things have been fixed. Okay, play. And it crashed again. Okay, why is it crashing? It's crashing because it's trying to pull a resource that doesn't exist. That would explain it, yeah. God damn it. Selected block. I'm getting very over this IntelliSense not working properly. Okay, why not? Cannot have... Fucking mean and knit research cannot have generic arg... What? What? Doesn't even make any sense. It needs a generic argument. Why would it not be able to have a generic argument? Well, I feel like I'm losing my mind. And it compiled, so I don't... okay, whatever. Okay, wait. Position. Okay, position. Absolute. And then we just underscore type. Was that a passing error? Probably a passing error. Yeah, okay, maybe we go dash. Hey, okay. Position type is correct. Right, it's respawning it. When we hit escape, which is hilarious, but not what we want. Okay, wait. So your current value is selected to get. Okay. That would probably be why? No. Because you should have just initialized and selected the correct one anyway. So, I'm not quite sure. Okay, first we've got to work out why their icon's not working. So, we are giving them values. When I click play, we go escape, we go E. We go, one of these is not like the others. One of these is called a div. That one's a div span button. Okay, button group. Okay, and then we go this button. This button consists of a span, and then another span, and an image. That seems like too many spans. Anyway, image. Okay. And then node. UI image. It's got a texture, but it's not got the right texture. That's interesting. See, look at this. But it should... Okay, first off, let's get it not printing this shit. We got that working. We don't need it printing anymore. We need to, like, is at... Okay, yes, hello. Please stop printing this weird stuff that tells me all this information that I don't need to know anymore. Okay, then we want to start debugging some other stuff. Like when you're clicked, I want you to print line set block to do that, and say block. Okay, so I guess when this runs, I should probably also print what the block was, because... Okay, what the hell is spewing out changed? because it is annoying me now. Okay, CH A N G D. Print line changed. Right. It's me trying to fucking find something. Okay. Run that again. I'm just a bit tired of everything filling my console up. Which is how I debug, but it's just when I keep leaving things behind and I'm just like leave more and more of them. It's like, yeah, it's not gonna matter. And then they get just annoying me. Okay, anyway, play. Okay. So something looks like it crashed. No, Belly just prints a lot of weird shit. Okay. Okay. So when I click this button group value button, okay. Did it print anything? It said set rock bedrock. Set it to air. Okay, so it is setting the value when I click it. What did you set? Gravel. Okay. Now when I hit escape, what is it? No, that is the question. Okay. Well, the easiest way to do that is to implement the final thing that I was going to implement, which is first off, we probably want. Right, we have to label this stuff. What we need is clicked. No, selected. Which is going to be a res selected block. Okay, like so, and then we say instead of sending air, just send selected dot 0. Run. Okay, this should let us think about it at the time, you know, and be like play, and we go okay. So it's all warped. Okay, if I click, it replaces them with air, but then if I go here and go bedrock, and then go, it replaces them with bedrock. Okay, and it replaces them with gold. So something's really wrong here, but like for example, your width should be 100%, but you do not. This very clearly does not take up 100% of the screen. So what the hell is going on? Alright, there's a lot of chunks. We should probably put all the chunks in the same goddamn thing. One of these divs is not like the others. Okay, well first off, it spawns 2 of them, which is hilarious. But you know what? That's probably what it is. It's probably that it's just spawning more than one. So one way to get around that is to go menu. When we spawn it, please only spawn it on enter of gen world, because gen world is never re-entered. I mean, I guess technically it could be if you hit escape while the chunks are generating, but gen is not theoretically not actually a thing. Okay, play. Okay, so now if I click it and click escape, okay, now it actually stays selected. That also explains why they were getting a shadow, is that there was multiple. Okay. Huh. Look how it's shading the gizmo blue as well, the AABB box. Anyway, oh, and that crashed. Okay, why did that crash? That was interesting. Look, we'll work that out later. Panicked at not yet implemented. Async compute task. Panicked at not yet implemented. Oh, yes. Maybe we should just, you know, take the dead bush out, like entirely, the whole game. No, there is dead bush. I'm gonna say there is no more dead bush. I don't want the game to just randomly crash on dead bushes. All right, now to work out what the hell's going on. Why are you complaining now? You don't spawn any dead bushes, do you? Oh. Wait, dead bushes in the texture atlas? Weird. Well, this will tell me how robust I actually built the thing. Because theoretically this shouldn't break anything just taking the dead bush out. It's just that it's apparently still in like one of is solid. Get texture. Okay, yeah, dead bush. Interesting. Okay. Now, my question to why am I not getting icons for them is almost certainly going to be answered by the fact that I've probably spelt that wrong. Menu. When we spawn our block menu, set block 2. Okay, so we don't need this anymore. So we bind your value to that. Yeah. And we go commands. Okay. It's SRC, isn't it? It's source, not script. It'd be really nice if this is all it takes and it just beautifully works. Hey. Oh. Hey. Oh. Hey. Oh. No, not view dot label. It's dot block bar space dot. No, just image. And then we want to say like width is 100%, and height is also 100%. I think it's something like we want this. Hey. Okay, so let's make the menu just a little bit nicer. So what we can do is we go to the menu and we go, let's remove this, move the class down a layer into here and just get rid of the div, because the div is just like literally wrapping nothing. So we'll just wrap the button group. We'll use the button group to wrap everything, I mean. So like so, and then we, yeah, and just be like tab, okay. So we have all our buttons in our button group. Okay, so we have our block, and then we probably want to go right. We want to go like dot block bar button. And we want to say like no, we want to mess with your flex, and we want to go like, it's not stretch, but like we want to specify somehow that the children, you know, it'll be, it's because I said image, and that's probably stretched all the buttons. Because that is one of my few things I don't like about Belly, is if you set something to a positive number and then you set it back, it or like set a value and then unset a value, it'll do weird stuff. All right, one of these is going to be called button group. That one. And then we're going to go, yes, hello, background color. Please make you not, well, yeah. So you do go across the entire bottom. It's just that I need to go into the style and be like, overflow is visible. It's like align self, justify self. No, it's align content, justify content, space between. Okay. So we need to go here, we need to go justify content space between. Okay, and then alias content, align content. No, it's something like, let's grow. Okay, so we need to say that the dot block bar dot space buttons have an aspect ratio of 1. I don't think that'll change anything specific. And then they're also going to have a width height of 100%. Right. Hey, buttons. So we can go play some grass and be all like, grass. Oh, right. So currently we can only replace blocks. Okay. So I think one thing to do with that is we can probably just multiply the towel by like -1 if the block's not I also have no idea what's happened here. What the hell? Huh. Is that because of... Ooh. Oh, you're regenerating the water as well. And hence the water is just getting darker and darker. It's hilarious. I need to fix that as well. God damn. So many bugs I'm introducing. Play some bedrock. Wait, how are you randomly? I don't know how that was arbitrarily changing. Oh, something just respawned. Set that back. Maybe something updated. And, oh, you know what it is? I can click them down at the bottom even though the mouse isn't there. I need to... It needs to lock the mouse, not just move the mouse. How do we do that? Camera. Keep player setup. No, it's toggle grab cursor. It's not confined. It's locked. There we go. The difference between confined and locked. Okay, init grab cursor. I've knocked my sensitivity on my mouse. It's weird. Alright. That's too much. Okay. So lock the cursor means that I can't like move it when I'm within the bounds of the screen. And that's kind of what was happening there is I've moved the mouse around and I've managed to move it down to the bottom of the screen. So it's like, now I shouldn't be able to click these buttons and the mouse should always be in the same spot. Like if I leave it just above here, move it around. No? Interesting. If I move it onto you... Okay, no, it's definitely still moving. It's interesting. I thought I said it was confined. That's not obviously not working. Did I not save? Cursor lock. It does say that, right? Like locks the cursor in... Okay. Windows does not support lock. Mac doesn't support confined. Okay. iOS doesn't have a cursor. Okay. That's annoying. I don't want the cursor to move. Okay. Setup player. So we spawn the player. We can do. Okay. What we want to do is we want to go. Okay. We can just check to see if the player right clicks. That would. If the player right clicks, we'll multiply the towel by a different amount, and therefore place the block a little bit closer rather than a little bit further away. Because it actually finds the boundary, which is actually perfect. What am I doing? I'm going to player controller. We're going to say if left click and return. Okay, so select the block. Okay. So we don't really need the gizmo anymore because it's actually like the center block each time. But what we should do is go gizmo if block. Okay. Sure, we can do that, and we can say like if just press left click, then do that. Else I mean, do this, but recalculate the block. And we say it's actually minus like 0.01. No, it's not else. It's else if, because else just means that like you will constantly be right clicking, like I'm not right clicking, placing blocks unless you're left clicking. Else if. Okay. Oh. Okay. So left click, we replace it with air, dirt. We replace it with dirt, and then we right click. Dirt, dirt, dirt. Bedrock. What do we got? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11. Yep, okay, 11 blocks. So what we can also do is, just because I'm gonna want to go like fn set set selected. We're gonna go input is res input code, and mouse is going to be event reader mouse scroll scroll event mouse wheel, okay, and then well, this also needs to be mutable. Alright, we need to get the selected. Selected block. Okay. We then need to do something like match key okay, for key in input dot just get just pressed. Okay, so we then say key code 1 num, not num, what is it? It's key code key 0. I guess it's key 1. Do this and go we want to say selected block dot set. Oh, no. Selected dot set block type air. Well, I guess it's we can probably just do this. So 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Everything else just does nothing. Alright, so 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 0, 9. Alright, so then we're going to say bedrock. What's next? Coal, dirt, grass, gold, iron, gravel, sand. What else is left? Stone. And we won't let water be a thing because it doesn't really do anything at the moment except look really dumb. 4 key in input get just pressed. Okay, so mesh key. Okay, so that's for all the keys. So if you press those, and then we go so for mouse in mouse dot iter. Okay. Mouse dot. Okay, so we can like unit wheel delta x. So it must be y. Diff. And then y is a F32. Is y is greater than 1? I guess it's greater than or equal to. Else if mouse dot y is less than or equal to -1. Alright, and then we want to say select dot set select dot get as use size plus 1. Okay, let next equal select dot get as use size plus 1. Okay, and then we're going to say if next is greater than block type len num. I don't remember what it's called. I think I need to implement it anyway. We go up here and we go strum macro. Oh, don't paste. Strum macro enum count. Count. Less than or greater than or equal to count. Okay. Okay, so we mute. Next equals 0. Else if okay. And then we want to say set block type from next. Okay. Let's just quickly Google this. Rust from enum from resize. Try from. Huh. Nope. Okay. I32. Nope. Okay. Next dot into. Oh, okay. There's a way to do this. Okay, enum. Okay. We're gonna block. I'm gonna go. Surely Strum's got something. Waiting for it all to compile again. Okay. Strum macros. Into static string to string from rep R. Adds function to that allows. Okay. Oh, we didn't need to add a new crate. I knew Strum would have something like that. From next. Okay. Let's just quickly work on this. So we're gonna go Okay. So next is gonna equal this. Right. If next equals 0. Next equals -1. Else next -1, and then selected dot set block type from next. Okay, did I spell it wrong? No. I mean, no variant. Okay. I would just like to go, yes, you. It's probably just that I hadn't saved that one yet. No. Okay, mismatch. Ah, found option. Yeah, dot expect. Num next to be 0 dot block type count. Can I format like this? No. Okay. Anyway, it'll be right. We'll just go like that. Expect next to and 0. Okay. And then when we say run, we should, in theory, now be able to scroll to select different ones. So, did I not? I didn't add it to the game, did I? Why do I always do that? Player controller. Set selected. On update. Set selected. Okay. Main and then run. Okay. Play. Okay. So it doesn't seem to be doing anything. Oh god, place blocks inside myself. Okay. Well, that works. Iron, gold, sand, stone. No, that's gold. One of these is water. There we go. Pew 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 pew. Pew pew pew. Pew 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 pew. Pew 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 pew. Pew 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 pew. Alright, I think one thing to do is fix that water bug. I think that water bug should be fairly easy to fix, because I suspect the only thing I really need to do is go back to main and go, hey, when I spawn gen chunk test gen chunk tasks, it's not that, it's when I add the meshes, I think I need to just say, hey, if let some entity fucking entity get entity with children. What do you mean I never use this? Get entity E. Well, why wouldn't I just say entity? That seems oddly redundant. Get E. If let some entity commands E, get E with children water. Okay, but we also want to go like entity dot despawn descendant. descendants, because descendants should mean that it won't despawn itself. The idea being that, like, if you're going to spawn a new water mesh, check to make sure all the old water meshes are gone first, and then you should be able to spawn a water mesh without, like, it stacking so many on top of each other that you can't actually see through the water anymore. Yeah, see? She's fine. Oh. Now, this water does seem oddly darker than it normally is, but I'm just going to ignore that for now and go, like, you're not constantly making the water darker, are you? I feel like this water suddenly got darker. Like, I don't remember being able to see anything like this. Okay. So the fact that all the water's the same color means that it's probably correct. Stuck inside a block. What I should do is give the water its own collider. Give it a specific, like, property so that when you're in the water you can, like, you fall slower and maybe even float, or you can swim at the very least. Interesting. Alright. Why can I fly through walls? That's what I don't get. Surely. Why? I don't know. I do find it very bizarre that the it's probably because the frame rate is so atrocious that I'm moving so far in a single frame. We turn off that so that our frame rate goes back up. Yeah, okay. So we can walk through shit because we move too fast. Well, one thing I think we can do to fix that is to go to the controller and be all like, yes, hello. When I spawn the player, wherever that is, oh, spawn player is spelled wrong. That's definitely spelled wrong. Don't F1 me, F2 me. Let's just do that. There we go. Okay. When we spawn the player, we want to go, hello, yes, you. We spawn. This is your collider, yes. Yeah, capture. Enabled. True. You don't have a default, do you? You do. But that means the default's false, because booleans default to false. Okay, so CCD. The continuous collision detection, which is what CCD is, should mean that it's no longer possible to go through. Nope, you still can get through them. It should be harder because it now constantly checks to see if it's colliding. Which I think this would be one of those, like, I would be definitely better off using not mesh colliders, because I think half my problem comes from the fact that mesh colliders are treated as empty holes because it doesn't bother calculating what's inside and outside the mesh, probably because it's very computationally expensive. But it does mean that as soon as you end up inside the mesh, it's like it doesn't push you out because it doesn't know how to push you out. Like, once I'm more than halfway in, it's like that's it. This is my life now. Whereas if I was using these ones, like, I'm assuming it's much harder to get inside of a. Also, these are just these chunks are just wrong. Right, I should probably also fix that. It replaces it with a half chunk, but because the center of the chunk isn't 0, 0. Alright. That's a bug for another day. I'll put an issue in GitHub for that actually. Let's just go here. Go my repos, and we'll just put a post while I remember. Look at them stars. Quick, everyone go over to the GitHub and star the project. Achievements. Look at issues. I'm gonna be like new issue. Fix chunk. So 0, 0, 0, 0 is the center, not lower left. Okay. My only real thought with that is I'm pretty sure like these singular cubes, wherever they are, of completely filled chunks are, see how like it's much harder, like I can't actually glitch my way into them, and I think that's because the meshes up here, I can get stuck between them, but these meshes, like once I'm inside them, like it just treats it like, yeah, you're inside, so it's only the wall that's solid, whereas the cubes, it's like, no, the whole cube is solid. So unless even when I glitch inside, it tries to push me out because it knows that I shouldn't be inside it because it's solid. Whereas the mesh, it can't know that. Like it doesn't distinguish between inside and outside of a mesh. So replacing as much of the chunk as you can with squares is better. But obviously they're not aligned properly at the moment, because they're setting it to 0, 0, whereas the I squeeze my way through. The chunks drawn from 0, 0 being the bottom corner, so it's like here somewhere, and then the chunk is offset, so it's not quite working properly. Oh god, now I'm just stuck under the world because I can't fly up fast enough to get out. Alright. That was a hell of a trek. I might call that for tonight. There'll probably be another stream tomorrow. I'm not quite sure what I'm gonna do. Gonna guess maybe just another Minecraft stream. Maybe I'll do something else. Depends what catches my interest, or if people like recommend things in the comments. I hope you've all enjoyed the stream, and I will see you in the next episode, or the next stream again sometime tomorrow, hopefully.